right, my friends. Welcome back, one and all. Whew. For VOD watchers and stuff, you may not realize this, but this episode is taking place immediately after episode 4 of Candy Patina. That world is toast, but we are back, and we're going to kick off something bigger, better, more awesome than we had previously even imagined. One thing I do need to do is get rid of this. I need a game template like Candy Patina here, and we are going to ditch all this, ditch that, and keep adding a few tabs across there. Alright, this is going to be oh, I like it. Man, I feel like I'm gonna cough again. Alright, mute 1 second. Okay, we're back. Let's get back over to this game. Expand it. We do have to have the ceremonial kissing goodbye to the Candy Patina. It was a fun and far too short-lived world. See ya. Boom. And now we get the fun, the absolute classic thrill of building up our brand new world. I've already named the notepad because this one struck me while I was on my break, and I think it's an awesome name for a world. It's alliterative, aka it starts with the words start with the same letter, and I think it hits real well. Wordless wonder. It's kind of timeless. Like a lot of the times I get inspired by, like, oh, summer heat or something like that. Well, if the world goes on a long time, that doesn't make any sense by the time we're getting through it. And I don't want it to be caught up with, don't die, good start, that kind of stuff, because hopefully we go well beyond it. But we'll see what Wordless Wonder has in store for us as it builds up here for us. Welcome everybody. If you are just tuning in for the start of a brand new hardcore vanilla Minecraft world, I'm Habbage. Welcome to you. If you're here on Twitch, hit that follow so you can say hi in chat. Love to meet you. And know if you're enjoying this content. Do you play hardcore Minecraft yourself? Is it just something you enjoy watching while you play other games? We can talk about any and all of that, or you can just go, man, I just watched your last video. What a stupid thing to do. And you'd be right, because that's about the dumbest self-inflicted death I've had in a long time. Nothing about the world's danger or anything like that. I tried to get cute, tried to maximize the value out of an igloo without really thinking it through, and put myself then in a terrible situation where I was trying to separate two zombies and was too focused on the separating and not focused enough on the surviving. All right, before we move a step, we are grabbing the spawn. Nope, not the death scores. That notepad we're not going to look at for like a year, right? But spawn is 24 and 14. And 68 isn't bad. Oh, not 14. Yes, 14. Oh, I was looking at my not thinking. All right, then here, back, T, seed. You guys get your fill here. Oh, and that disproves exactly what I have been talking about. They're not all negative. We just had a heck of a streak. 313-779 658834 658834 214 nope 214 7664. Man, I used to be so good at 10 key. The little number pad, I still have my keyboard still has it. Uh, but now I can't look at those numbers. I got to be looking. I don't have that in my memory anymore. Finger memory. All right, there we go. You've got the seed. I've got the seed. If you want to, you are more than welcome. Name your hardcore world Worldless Wonder. Enter that seed value, and you can see how you fare in the same world. The only things I ask is don't intentionally spoil it. Don't announce it as a oh, I've already explored it. I put it into a map generator. I know where a particular biome is that I may be hunting around for, and um, you may be able to find through external tools and go, oh, just go north 2,000 blocks, and then you'll be set. Look at this. We appear to have open ocean. What I'm really looking for at the moment, though, are sheep. Because to this point, we have not seen any, and there's no village. We got to get a bed, right? And that's one of the big bonuses of the savanna biome is that they. Oh, I hear one. They have sheep. We can hear them. And so even if we don't get lucky with a village, we can survive that first night without having to dig a hole in the ground. Man, it'll depend a lot on what we see exploring around. I'm going to punch these 2 trees, then we'll make the crafting table and get these sheep. What we find for a home, what inspires us, what we decide is probably the best spot for us to settle down. Whether we really still have yet to do anything close to a medieval style castle build. That could work, but there may be, we may just find through circumstances that no, this one feels like this. I don't know why I decided that the boat was the first thing I had to make, but it was. I think we're close enough to some stone over here that we can just. Oh, I don't want to get into trouble though. Grab some first and not bother with all the wood tools. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If we get to. I don't know why I'm still counting. So I always want to start with 8 for the furnace. And enough for an axe and a pick for sure. So we have all that. Let's just go ahead and grab a little bit more, and then we'll run back over to our crafting table, make sure we have time to get those sheep. I think we've got plenty. Make our stone tools, and we'll definitely come back here because there's coal we've already seen. I think we can take a risk and try for a few goodies right out of the gate that we produce on our own, which is kind of a welcome change, right? We get so much village stuff early on. It's kind of nice to rise on our own merits. All right, we'll start with all that. Sheep, you're gonna regret your eagerness and your curiosity. You ever heard about the cat? Curiosity killed it. Same goes for sheep. This will be quick. I won't hurt it. 2 and 3. All right. There were some flowers over here. Let's make a colorful bed. A red bed seems to be the color of choice. We had yellow last time. Red, the classic old Minecraft bed back when you could have any color bed you liked as long as it was red. That was the only game in town. Now, of course, we have loads of colors, but every once in a while, it's good to go back to the original. Well, that makes me feel a lot better. We should now be able to survive the night. Let's actually pick up both of these, and we'll go relocate to this little cave. Got half a day. Um, I think let's get uh, more wood, whatever form. We know we have a little bit of coal, but this early in a world, I can almost predict that that's going to be like 3 blocks, and that's it. So having a little bit, we could turn into charcoal if we needed to both cook our mutton and make torches. Would be a good thing. And these trees are well set up. Usually the acacias are the ones that want to leave floating blocks everywhere. Alright, and I think we'll go ahead and get that pig as well, or whatever pigs we can find. Savannah's not one that I'm going to by choice settle into. So as far as herds of stuff, if I saw cows and like the chicken that's over there, I won't necessarily go out of my way to kill those, just in case we don't see any others and home is just around the corner or something and we want to bring them from there. But yeah, like I said, early game, early coal, you're not going to get a massive deposit. Sometimes you do, right? Then you feel really lucky, but on the surface like that, that's fine. It's a little bit, gets us started. Alright, piggy. We will just do some hunting, and irresponsible hunting at that, because we're not even leaving more to start a future generation and replenish the population. We're just taking them. Chickens will leave for now. Sheep, though. They went for their greatest natural defense, hide out in the high grass where my axe may get interrupted by the blade of grass and not be able to hit them. Alright, so we got some extra wool there. Very nice. We're not killing horses, but it's good to see you. Oh, it's a donkey. Even better. Hey, our reincarnated donkey friend. How you doing? Hey, sorry about that little incident. Man, that was a good donkey, too. Lots of hearts. It was pretty fast. There's cows. Okay. Another cave. Lots more savanna. We seem to have worked our way up to the hill, though, so let's go to the top if we can. We can throw down our bed wherever we want. Yeah, we got decent wood. Got some spare stone already, so we can replace these tools and make more. But we'll just see if we can get up on top here and see if there's anything in the distance, a particular direction we want to head in. And sorry, buddy. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, excuse me for doing this. Oh, don't look at me while I do it. We have those cows down low. I'm not gonna I'm going to leave every cow, right? There's a population that if we can't find others, we can use. So these on top of the hill, good for the taking. Speaking of the taking, let's take a nap. Not nighttime yet. Yeah, I don't know if that's not leaving the channel or whatever. I know on my side, I just left the channel open on the PlayStation, and it popped right back up. So maybe that's a part of it. If you're already there, it doesn't notice. But yeah, you didn't miss too much. I'll show you. We've gotten a decent start. Not my favorite biome, but we've got some good stuff already. A bed. We've basically just been a whirling stone axe hunting machine. We started. Try not to fall. Down beyond those white and black sheep. Savannah in as far as we can see in every direction. We started somewhere around down there, kind of worked our way up around here, came up the hill, and just got to the top, and it's a lot more of this. Everywhere we look, I think, which direction is this now? This is west. Let's go west, young man. Go west, young man. And these rivers look great. We can certainly continue to explore, but I would like to at least be in range of the ocean. And if this gets impenetrable or tough to navigate going this way, we made the boat already. We'll take to the water. We've gotten a very good start. We got a lot of uncooked food. We've got 3 pieces of coal. And now we're just looking for some place to set up shop. Hang out. Do I have any apples? Not yet. We really probably should set up a cook camp at some point, but let's just... we could probably begin our every food eaten advancement by eating some of these raw today, since I'm already low. We'll leave 2 whenever we have a color we haven't seen a lot of, just so that we could breed them out for the chance. Piggy, okay, you're a parent. Still got a soft spot after our donkey friend. Bees, a hole, some pigs. Flowered forest, that's good. Ooh. Cough. A little more coal would be nice. Oh. See that? That could be an acacia tree. We're right on the edge of the savannah, but it could also, I think it is an acacia tree, sadly. I was thinking maybe it would be an azalea pointing towards some underground goodness. All right, so raw mutton. Oh, that's chewy. Chewy, not my favorite. Did I say acacia? I meant azalea. The acacias are the savanna trees. I don't know what I said. I think that was an acacia tree. Sadly, not an azalea, but I was wondering if down low like that, it was indicating lush below the surface. Got some plains, got a shipwreck. We're good enough that I think we can be a little choosy. Look for a spot that really hits us. Maybe something not just plains. I don't know. I'm not opposed. The plains are really nice and easy to build. A big, focus on building and all that. But we have done quite a bit of that. I think what we'll do here is set up our furnace. It's gonna take a minute. Oh, there's a village too. Nice. Never mind. Let's go to the village first. I don't know. Go to the village. See what they've got to offer. The very least, they may either have a campfire somewhere that we could start cooking our food on without using any coal since we have 3 pieces, or they may have a smoker which would let us cook faster, use the coal that we have more efficiently. That hill is kind of cool to have a home built around. Looks like a thriving, happening little village here. Even if we had to make some canals and things, we could use it as a source for villagers. So we're good there. But let's see what they've got to offer. As always, a cave of some kind. We don't even need to take your beds. Fine, villagers. Oh, yeah. Be good to us. Hello, sir. Sweeping Edge 3. Wouldn't be my first choice. So he's got furnaces. We already have one. All right, what do you got? Come on. Start us off strong. Well, iron is iron. We could make a shirt. 3 pieces of bread. 2 apples. I'm going to leave the horse armor here. I'm assuming we'll be back. And I don't want to carry that around. How we doing on daylight? Seems a little gloomy in here. You're free! Can see why you want to get out of there. Not much doing in your house. Alright, got all this cave stuff. Cartographer. With a bunch of bread. That's, you know what, I'm carrying this bread around like I should just save it. So much for that raw mutton. Hey, mind if I get in here real quick? Oh, nice. Alright, don't wear out the hinges. Everybody's being social. Looks like a fine place to make some friends. We got a potato. Very good. Now, in the last one, I left all this stuff. Hey, kitty. Sitting. And we'll do that a little bit. Is that it? No, we haven't gone over to those houses yet. Already, we've gotten so much out of the chests that I won't deal with the fields yet unless I see an obvious beet or carrot. Those will now take to go with our potato here. Oh, that's a blast furnace, not a smoker. Bummer. Alright. Clean that one out. Seems like maybe nobody's living there. All right, so I didn't see a campfire. I think those are only in the spruce villages. Um, and I didn't see a smoker. Again, kind of a bummer. We will clear some of these weeds more for safety than anything else. Go ahead and get the rest of this out. All right. Let's. We're close to a woods now. We'll keep a couple of those just so we can make a plank and get the wood type and all the recipes and all that. Is it nighttime? It's getting close. Nice. Dinner time. Well, enjoy. Happy Saturday to you. Thanks so much. We'll hope to get this world off to a good start for you whenever we see you back here again. Stay awesome out there, Troy. Take care, man. All right. Boom. Two nights down. So we are cooking up charcoal, so we'll have plenty to cook all our food. While we do that, let's just go ahead and safety clip down these tall weeds. This is primarily to keep us safe from creepers that may spawn overnights when we wake up and then be lingering. We've had a few times when we're swinging at them and unable to hit because they have this entire tree. It's kind of poorly designed. Let's do them a favor and clear this up. Alright, those should all decay now. That one can stay keeping the sheep cool. We'll leave those sheep. And this looks like a very nice place for us to do some light mining. Quarrying. I see the coal over there. I'm just trying to keep the sight lines clear as we start so we can bug out if we need to. What I don't want to do is inflict a whole lot of harm on... Come on, there we go. On the residents of the village, right, by opening this up too much, but at the same time, there'll be a lot more safe if I can get this explored and lit up a little bit, and this coal will greatly help. Now we can make torches and cook up all our food. With torches, we can come back in here and hope to get a little lucky with some iron. So let's get out, grab the stone on our way, so we don't have very much of that. Alright, now we hope that doesn't lead to a whole bunch of intruders. Already hear zombies. Alright, we got all this. Let's do the pork first. You don't mind if I use your workspace here a little bit, do you? Let's put that there. Get a bunch more sticks. Let's go. Well, before we do anything, after all that, let's get an iron sword. I can switch over into regulation tools. And then 1, 2. I hear so many zombies. I hope they're not trashing this village. I'm trying to play optimist here. So let's do that. And that. Kind of hurts our defensibility, but good nonetheless. So in here, let's put some of this extra stuff that we aren't going to need at the moment. Good food. Almost a full stack of torches. We're at midday. Yeah, clear that. All right. This is likely where we're hearing the zombie sounds from. Yep. I suspect more. I think I hear a skelly. Okay, this comes back. This is where we just were, I think. Yep. Well, that's good. We'll get lights as much as we can on all this space under the village. Pull back out these bits of coal. There. Knew we had some back up this way. Now, I don't have enough of any blocks really to fill this, but I think what we'll try to do is get this so there's not little pitfalls dropping down into caves. We just seal it up and have that big open area as our opening. For one thing, it's got a lot of daylight, so it will slow down the skellies and zombies and stuff that may want to climb up or go exploring during the daytime hours. There we go. Lots of coal for early. So we'll eventually need dirt. We may spend a little bit of time here continuing to make good on this. Let's get water in our bucket. An empty bucket is next to useless, but a water-filled bucket could save our lives while we have no armor. And now, a little bit of light here. And then we go with our same old outlook that stuff from above is more dangerous than stuff climbing up at us. Got more coal. We can get more wood, so use these torches. Keep us safe, right? And this could just be an awesome little wonderland for us here early. Now, couple coming. And what I don't want to do is have something hear them and come out of the other side and sneak up behind me. I think we're okay. Because we have no armor. They will trash us if given the chance. Oh, crap! Hoo hoo hoo! I hope he took out the other one. Didn't. Of course not. Nope. That's alright. I'm not going to get hung up on trying to get the kills on those guys. Just survive at the moment. Alright, put that torch back up. This got blasted quite a bit. Or I just didn't notice that. Yikes. And now it gets scary. So let's pull back. I wonder how we're doing daylight-wise. And where this comes out. A little more light there. Alright, still daytime. Whew! Surviving. Every bit we survive is good. Back down to here. This is what we want. Got some steaks, and then let's get this big old stack of mutton going. The rest of you guys, more sticks. And let's go ahead and get a lot more torches. We can stash the rest of that there. I'm tempted to make a little armor out of that leather, but I think that might be a little bit counterproductive if I did it. Let's get a couple torches here because I'm going to seal this off best I can. We may not have enough yet. So as we talked about, that's one less spot that monsters can come up into town. Hey, Mr. Golem, like to have you around here. Keep looking after my back. Oh no, what monsters? Golem, keep me safe from the monsters. I wonder where said monster was. Alright, well, as I said, the dirt helps us keep this village a little bit safer, and we can do a bit just like that. Now it's not even really a big inconvenience if we do fall in there. Alright, let us refresh our stone tools. I guess we can swap this. Yeah, we're good. Pretty quick here. I should make a new chest. We don't need those on our person. Don't need that, although we may get some more. And let's go put the boat in the water. I don't know which water or what's going to be most convenient. We don't know where home is yet, but launching a vessel is better than carrying it around with us. Okay. Let's go back to where we'd finished up the last time, because there's a lot of coal there that we can grab back. Let's see, this is why I want to get all this stuff worked on, because these villagers will go wandering around, and sometimes they get stuck. And certainly if they fall, they're going to get turned. Alright, I think we're kind of close to safe-ish in here, but if danger comes, it's coming from that way. And a little bit of cobble along the way here doesn't hurt at all. So for this world, same outlook is going to apply. I'm just going to try to eliminate the stupid, greedy, igloo-related villager attempt. And maybe stay alive longer as a result. Let's trade you two and make this so I'm not less likely to get stuck if I have to come running out of here. It looks like this gets flooded out. So maybe not too much there, but it also looks like a stream that we could plug up, maybe. Maybe. Well, a couple of those look like sources. That's not going to be my favorite. Let's shift stairs over this way and then turn them back. I expected something like that. Maybe we can get down below all this water. Still hoping to get some iron somewhere. Take this down to single stair now. Definitely out of the comfort zone now for no armor whatsoever. But this just falls into that. It's a game. We gotta take some chances to try to improve ourselves here. And if we do find a pocket or two of iron, light first. Listen. Any sound, particularly. Oh, and notice I'm a little hungry there. I'll top that off. Particularly bones. We're out. And this is this counter, right? This is one of the things I try to be aware of and watch out for. We're getting this coal, and it's boosting our level as we go. We don't have any armor to counter that. That's the... Shoot. Let's go... Okay. I can't think that should keep us safe from that side. Now, this could all connect back in, right? But we're looking for iron. We are not at all ready for an abandoned mine shaft, but it's good to see it there. Got some lapis. Come on, give me some iron. There we go. Now, before we touch that, we go deeper, light up more. Okay, I think we're kind of well contained. Now, could flood, could open up another section. That's our gamble paid off. Now, let's get the bed down. Not nighttime yet. Switch these. So that is boots and a shield. I think at this point, not having any armor, no matter what iron we find, we'll try to make the shield so we can at least take a part in our own defense as much as possible. And I'm going to leave that lapis for now. It won't do us any good, and it'll just give us more XP that'll make the difficulty level of the world higher as we go. But this is great. We have access to a bona fide mine. Close to this village, and we may not even really get to the point of a base here before we're looking at that, because that could have so much good for us. What we will need to do, and maybe to help mark that, yeah, let's do this to help mark that this is that exit. I'm going to put a little camp here outside of town a bit. I'll make the initial pad a 5x5 maybe. And that'll give us a place to throw down our bed and put our furnace, so we stop cramping the dude's style. I think I am gonna go traditional there. Sun's still up. Hey, piggy. I think what we're close to doing is going back over to that shipwreck to see if it's got any goodies for us. Let's take this. Let's take this. Oh, I don't have my axe in hand anymore. Yeah, I don't care about any of that at the moment. Let's go get set, not push this too far. In fact, we'll probably sleep along the way as soon as the stars start to pop. Fine. We'll go to our slab. Yeehaw. All right. Some of that in. You go there. Probably what we should do is go chop some trees, but we can at least make a double chest. Check the familiar layout. So this will give us a 2 wide, but we're gonna build out in the familiar pattern, so I don't have to deal with always looking for stuff in the wrong spots. And at the moment, we don't have everything, so we'll put this in place. Let's leave it and go over right to these woods and chop some trees with our awesome stone axe. More of all this cave system running around. That's great. Just want to be extra careful, right? We're finding good stuff, so let's not mess it up. Random creeper out in the trees or something wrecks our day. Okay, see, more even than the last one. I'm feeling like, okay, yeah, we lost a lot in Candy Patina, but this is already setting up to encourage different style play. We got a lot of meat food, and maybe we hold off on any of the crappie stuff for a bit here. Normally I don't take these big trees either. See, we're just doing everything different. This is wordless wonder at what this world has got for us. Wordless wonder. I think that kind of came. It just hit me while I was on my break. I didn't give it any real deep thought, but kind of in that sense of like sublime beauty, natural wonders, and that kind of stuff. Sometimes you're just struck, right? You're like, nothing comes close to describing whatever it is that you're seeing in that moment. It can be maybe a work of art, something hanging on a wall in a museum that for the first time you get like, why do people go to these stupid museums? They're so boring. We got to take a bus on a field trip. The teachers make us go, and we're supposed to learn about all these old dumb people. They're dressed funny and all that. But then you see one thing, one piece of art, and it goes, oh, I get it. Like, there's a piece of you that's like, I've been looking for this all my life, right? Without ever knowing. To a weirder extent, that's people, right? You find a best friend or a girlfriend or a boyfriend or a future spouse or someone that ultimately doesn't fit any of those bills, but in the moment you think they do, and that's a part of life too. Learning. Oh yeah, that just because I have that feeling doesn't mean it will play out exactly like that. Some pumpkins down the hill there. We'll leave those as they lay for the moment. I'm just clearing a little bit here, mainly to stockpile up our logs, and I want to get a full stack of oak, and then we'll turn all those into chests and have some of these extra birch overflow for tools and whatnot. Shield. Gotta have some wood. It helps you build things. Alright, so kind of a throwaway day here in terms of our exploration and stuff, but we need this a quick little bit. So yeah, Wordless Wonder. I think in part inspired by that show Alone that I've been watching. One of the old seasons is out on Netflix. I think it's a History Channel, so I will give them the hype for making the show. There's not been a lot I've been super excited about History Channel for in a while, so props to them, because when History Channel was made, it was about history, and I'm a history guy. Then it became sensationalized history, or hey, history by itself, nobody will actually want to watch, so we better make it all about sex, or pooping throughout history, or, going to the doctor, how to die in history, all that kind of stuff. Which, hey, it's got a place. I don't have anything really wrong with it, but it discredits for a channel that calls itself the History Channel. How about you emphasize to people that, you know what? History, just history, is actually worthwhile for your interest and your study, right? I don't know. That's my rant. I'm done. But the History Channel, home run with the. Oh man, no. Let's at least get this outer edge. So we're going to go 2, so that would mean 3 more here. And then out to there. So now we can. Oh, this is going to really limit our tools. There. But at least now we can put up chests. That's not a chest. In all their proper places for our early storage. Chest. 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 Welcome to camp. Got it. Alright, so this is our anchor point. This gets logs and saplings. Just because you look at the place you want it to go doesn't mean it's going to go there, or know to go there. Let's get those. We want to hang on to the cobble that we do have. Food box. We can put some of this prepared food away. I think I'm going to carry those to combat and just going around doing stuff. Food. And then we have a bunch of extra chests. Those will come in handy, I have a feeling. All right, let's make more stone tools. We need another axe. Hey, Troy, welcome back. Hope you had a great dinner. Was it tasty and awesome? Barbecue burgers sounds good. I won't imply that they were barbecue cheeseburgers. Sometimes just good old barbecue on a burger is pretty good, but I think I would probably have thrown some cheese in. Um, Pretty decent. Nice. Glad to hear it. Well, I'm uh, putting off probably skipping lunch today because we decided to go with this extra stream. That's an odd place to put that. Um, but that's okay. I like this start so far. We're about an hour in, right? And we are doing really, really well. Um, let's go move our stuff so I don't forget over time that it's there. Look at me bouncing along like a bunny and using up all our energy. All right, so we'll just grab all this stuff. Not particularly useful or necessary, but it is good stuff nonetheless. And now that we have a food box, we can come over here and, oh, yes, get some carrots, get some wheat, get some more potatoes. I know those weren't fully grown, but that's kind of the. We did get two. Let's just take the twos. No, that's a carrot too. I don't think they get beets here, right? You got to be in the acacia villages, I think, for those, and melons. All right, well, that was very good. And we've still got some wheat up around this house. Clear that. And then I think we're going to go to the boat next. And let's see what it has in store for us. And then we'll come back. We'll start hitting the rest of the caves. See if we can get more iron. See what we can do for armor. And that's why I haven't yet done. I should do the shield. But I haven't cooked the 5 pieces because I think I'd rather hold out and get the bigger bang for the buck out of um, a shirt, or pants or something like that than just starting with the smallest piece automatically. So, food chest, you. Random chest, you. Tree chest, you. Bed. Sleepy time. Yes, cheese. Yes, please, cheese. All right. Good there. Eat some bread. We got a full day ahead of us, so let's go. And I could have brought this wheat with and started to free range breed some of all these guys. Just look at all this. In terms of food, right, this is why we don't yet have to worry about farming. Between the hay bales and the fields that we have, if we keep switching them out to seeds, the farmers will grow wheat for us, and we can keep those cows and I'd like to keep the darker sheep breeding. I moved the boat that we made to the other water. But hey, we got a little ship here. I think maybe we just get the food chest, right? This would have been the treasure room. And this is the food chest. Not too bad. Let's take our time. Not have any issues. Oh, yeah! Home run. Res 3. Fantastic. Thank you, boat. Let's put that right on. So last piece of iron gear we have to worry about. Well, I'd kind of like to keep this safe, actually. But we can certainly swim home in it. That is amazing. And we've got all this wheat, so we can do exactly what I was talking about on the way back over here. Feed up some of these animals and get them growing so we can start taking a few from their numbers unnoticed. Got more caves to explore. I'm going to leave all these white sheep alone for now because I don't have infinite wheat, right? But here's what I'd like to do. Where did that other... There he is. Let's get these 2 cows. Cow, cow, and then dark sheep. Come here. There's our parrots and the bats. You come meet you. So, if you breed like a light and a dark sheep together, it will be the light gray wool in between. That'll kind of soften the color. Here, I don't know if that's just a 50-50 or if it'll always stay to the lighter color. But we can increase the number of non-white sheep who aren't as common in the early game, just world generation spawn. Alright, and you two get another. Alright, so there we go. We've got one more effective breeding pair of cows out of the gate without any real effort on our part. And one more dark gray sheep. Well, that was fantastic. So like I said, though, now that I've put this on, I'm a little worried to waste it. Oh, because it doesn't have any mending or unbreaking, and as our only armor, it would get trashed very quickly. So I think we want to just set it aside. Look at all our potatoes, though. Those can go in there. We don't want to accidentally eat them. And I'm not going to carry this around just in case we want to breed. This is in the wrong place. These now go for planks. And these go for sticks. And this will all go for torches. This is now backup. I don't think we've used any more of our tools. All right. Let's go carefully after eating. And we're going to go all the way back over here, ignoring our cave with the mine in it. We'll get back to that once we've got gear, but we would get very quickly killed. I have no doubt that would be the outcome. So we're working on getting around to here. While trying to keep our village safe. And this is the next really nice area. And I don't think that's going to keep anything from spawning too much, but it might just help on like a rainy day. That, not gonna lie, that's a little disappointing. I had hoped that was going deep and we'd have some better chances for iron. But we got more coal, and even though we're leveling a little bit, we'll take it so we have a full stack in the furnace and enough to keep us in good torch supply as we go. We really got to get some armor, though. Alright, so for a ship that only had the front, no way that gets better. A Res 3 helmet lets us treasure hunt other ships so much more effectively. So nothing, no other item that we get out of there could compare. the next best, the thing I like to find the most early in the game is bamboo in those food ship chests, um, because it grows and can be a game changer on our productivity. I think, were there other little passages in this stuff that we have yet to look at? Did we go down here? That looks like it. This is just a hole. Let's get some light under the overhang. And then this is what wound around and eventually took us back over to where we were. Oh, here we go. Good. Come on. Say there's a chance. This leads into the forest. Let's clear the opening and hope there's no monsters around. Oh, and look at it, keeps going. So we're kind of down around that pumpkin patch that we were clearing above. Okay, I don't see another tree there. So that stuff should decay. I'm not breaking too many of these, so we'll just do this. Alright, keep going. And wah wah. Alright. Oh, missed it. Be good. Be more somewhere. There we go. At least two. Alright. Any continuation of holes or yep. Holes or caves. Oh no! Run away. Run away. Serpentine through the trees. We don't want to deal with a skelly. I think we're hopefully out of range. If he tries to follow, he will burn up. Yeah. Skellies wreck us at the moment. All right, well, now I think we have enough to cook this happily. How much coal do we have? We still have half a stack of coal in there for extra torches. We can resupply what we've used. Still have a couple. Odds and ends. While we wait for that iron to cook, let's just do another little survey. I want to try to look for holes we haven't explored. This has got a chance. Oh, it wants to be something, doesn't it? Wants to so bad. Alright, it's getting up to evening. Oh, I do that. I'm sorry. Keep mowing. The seeds are annoying, but we will need them, and everything we clear out here keeps us a little bit safer. I'd like to get a few more. Alright, so now we've got some waste. But I want this. Man, we need more iron. Get rid of this. I don't think this is going to wreck us for the future. Solid floor. And for now, oh, that's awful. Let's do this, and this. Alright, then we can get up on our chests and not have the torches be in the way. A little bit of extra dirt. Okay. Let's go see if that does amount to a cave that's just kind of filled in and we can expand on it. Or then we can go across to the far side of town and see if there's anything further there. But I think this is worthwhile. It's teasing to us that there's more just below. Or there's not, and it's just a tease. But if nothing else, we can get a little bit more cobble, since we're so close to out. I knew it. Reward our perseverance game. Show me some iron. In the relative safety of this partially filled in cave. This is kind of nice, right? We can back this out just a little bit. Oh, that's less than ideal. We do have a respiration helmet, don't we? Okay, well, foiled there. Let's not waste too much time. As I wonder if that's, a continuation of something down under all this water. All right, we had seen in our early explorations that there were other little holes. I think there was one back this way. Wasn't there? Maybe not. Maybe I'm imagining things. Okay, not yet. Well, then, let's head this way, because this is what intrigued me about maybe we set up over on this side. We've got rivers and stuff that connect us back to the village, maybe two. Oh, look at you, little house on. Wait, is this on the far side? Oh, these are just connected with a little bridge. Okay, so we have checked those out. I didn't realize there was a bridge there. I'm not sold. We haven't even checked this out, obviously, but I'm not sold on this. But it's kind of interesting looking, and maybe we could set up home near it. It very possibly has some iron. So I think we'll go check it out. We got our bed. We got some food. And it's got the elevation. I think I see some way up there. Light some of this under area. Hope nothing is set to jump on our heads. Always a concern. But Lots of coal. Oh, copper. Shoot. There's... The iron is not going to be easy to get to. We'll have to work for it. But if there's just a little bit of early work to get us down into that abandoned mine more quickly. Be a big fast forward. I'm not seeing our big pockets of iron. Almost fell. I was kind of hoping that would go through a bit more. That's scary up there. I can do this. Something up that way. Alright. That's kind of cool behind the waterfall. I don't have enough to... Oh, I... Quite a bit here. I hear a zombie, and that's kind of terrifying. Let's do this. Alright, that lights us up a bunch more. Now, I don't know. I think things would see us through the water. It's not like glass where we have a transparency thing that they don't see through. Excuse me. There's that. Get ready. Ready to run. Ooh, get ready to run. Get ready to run. Now, ooh, he's still falling. Not ideal. Come on. He can't fast swim. So hopefully we can leave aggro range. Yeah, he's gone. One torch there. Please don't say that monsters are nearby. Whew. Hoo 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 hoo. So there he is guarding our steps. Greedy. I'm gonna try to kill a bit of time. And maybe he will despawn while we get other stuff. Did I get a torch up on that wall? Before we ran? Is he hiding now? That's one moment of survival. Little torch just so this doesn't drop. We may have to make use of this little platform again. Alright. Carefully. We're going to swing wide. In case he's hiding behind one of these pillars. Or has gone up the stairs and is ready to come back down. Who knows when it comes to creepers. Oh. Okay, whatever. It's alright. Let's go back over here. I don't know why I didn't do this first, although it was sort of in self-interest of nothing dropping on our head. It's kind of cool. Yeah, all those little hidden bits lit. And I think for the moment we can hope, not assume, but hope that our creeper friend has gone on to other parts. Okay, I did get one torch up here. Get it. That's the outside of our waterfall area. Coal, but no iron. Unless I'm missing it. Try to give the periscope view. If you guys ever spot things in a VOD even that I ran right by, feel free to leave a comment. We'll go back and check whenever it is convenient, if it's convenient. Unless I'm to a point, right? Like that copper. I'm not grabbing copper right now. We don't have a need for it, and it would actually hurt my XP strategy. Did that just in case there's any overhangs there. Keep something from spawning on our head. So if I'm clearly not getting coal on a trip, don't go, hey, you missed coal, man. Go back and get it. No. But right now I'm looking for iron, right? If I blow right by some and you guys see it, let me know. I'd appreciate that. That kind of tip, right? Or in the chat, certainly. If you're hanging out and lurking and see that I'm missing something or about to make a catastrophic mistake, like, have you thought about what's going to happen when the two zombies are both infected and then one recovers? What are you going to do then? And if my answer is, oh, I'll just throw a block down, laugh at my silly naivety. All right, let's hope this isn't a terrible mistake. Nope, big mistake. Out. Wherever I didn't even see, felt one arrow, we're out. Now, what would be nice is if whoever that skelly was, he dropped after me. I don't think we can count on that though, right? Sadly. Now he's probably watching. Ooh, it feels kind of dark. Should it feel dark? Oh! Okay, I'm down. Back where we started. Do we see a skelly down low? That would be ideal. This. Oh, no, he's not down. Always ready to run. What I was trying to do was get some light back in there. Skellies with water can do some weird stuff where they're trying to like shoot through waterfalls. Get a little tougher to see. Don't want to leave here without any iron though. Also don't want to die. So I'm going to try to balance those two wants very carefully. Oh, come on. Where is it? Obviously we want to go higher because the greater the Y level, the better the chance of iron. Ooh, look at that. Almost. But I'm just not. Make this a head bonker of a narrow little staircase, because I know that skelly is around there somewhere. It's not encouraging. Worse, with him around, when it does get to night, I can't sleep. And I'm not sure, having been under all these rocks, how close to night we had gotten. But we'll just keep going up as long as we can. Up is a good place for us. Don't notice any hunger. Keep an eye on that. Try to stay topped off. Sadly, I don't notice any iron in the walls on either side of us either. More light. It had to be here. But now we have to be very careful. Before we grab, let's do this. Okay, it's not nighttime yet, but it's close. Put in a little cubby on the stairs around the bed to get this coal. high elevation. This is why it's good. When you do get these little pockets, they just go on and on. And there we go, we get our night's sleep. The hope there is that we didn't allow too much spawning to happen whenever we pop through the top here, right? Oh. Come on. If we can get... another little pocket. Oh, good, good, good. Okay, this is one of those cases where don't fall for it. You hear those pigs? That means that there's stuff close to the surface. So let's get up to the height and then come back at it so I'm not inadvertently dropping a death on my head. Amazingly good. 13, we have 5, so that gets us 18. And, oh, well, we have our iron pick. I was going to turn back and go, yeah, we got to go get more tools. But I made that iron pick for a reason, and while I won't go crazy using it up, I wanted to perhaps do just this. Ooh. Alright, nothing kill me. Got pigs. Oh, look at that. Alright, here's the main thing. Instead of a staircase that leads us to hop over and to our own death, let's do this and put a torch on top of that. That way if we come up, we know to turn the corner and not just plummet. Plummeting not being fun. And now we can take it. Oh, do we have desert? Taking a little bit of scenery while we're up here. We're not at the tippy top yet. Look at all this awesomeness. So where'd the village go? I guess with these acacia trees up here, we could, we can actually make some more stone tools and not even have to use up our iron pick. That's kind of nice. All right, so back over that way is home. Let's do a little bit of this. Or the village, I should say. Not necessarily home. We'll have to bridge over there eventually, but let's get a little micro camp set up here. Oh, Spidey. Hi. It's a little intimidating when you sit up there like that. Oh. Oh, I missed. Oh, look at how much he hurt me. Yikes. Got spiders in our trees, guys. Bats in our belfry. Alright, back to the axe. So a little crafting table, a little stick production, and we'll have new stone picks that we can use up here. And that saves our iron for any diamonds or gold or all that good stuff. And more importantly, it keeps us from having to turn tail and head back home just to get more tools. Alright, that. And look at that, we already have a couple of saplings, which we can use right here to get a few more trees up here. Because trees are good. And having already gotten so much coal. Ooh, a little thunder. Think thunder. Oh, there's somebody moving very heavy furniture. Oh, yeah. Might be trouble when we go back down. But if we can find a clear shot, we can always just high dive it. Like that, perhaps. A little bit of a jump, but you get clear and express down, right? Maybe we'll do that after we fill our pockets with iron. All right, now, how do we go about getting up to the top of this and then working our way back through and around? I hear you, spider. Where are you coming from? I guess they're just spawning down in the dark, but because they can climb, they can come up after us. Piggy buddy, you better be careful there. That is a lot of skellies and creepers down there. But we're here. We're here. We got to stay mission focused. Definitely have iron out on that far area. But before we go chasing all that, let's see if we can find anything more over here. Shovel. Hi, pig. He's like, I want to be the king pig. Top pig. Alright, I need you to be you. No, dude! For that, you die. I was gonna leave you. You push me over that. Over. Any alliance we have with the pigs, done. Whew. He pushed right on my back. And they can push you off an edge. Just like we could push them. Alright, so we're not going to see much up here in the dirt, but it does give us chances to see stuff like that and decide how we best want to get over there. Now, I haven't forgotten that we had skellies and creepers all over down below this. How are we coming here on height? Also, how are we coming here on darkness? Is it nighttime again? Yeah, we just slept. But glad I noticed. Mm-hmm. Alright, and that isn't a bad thing because we wanted to come over here and look. How does our platform is maybe a couple blocks too tall. But I think we can walk it down here. That's a little pucker inducing, if you know what I mean. I still don't even see it over there. Guess it must be out beyond that corner. Oh, none of this is dropping down either. Get some light behind us. Alright, well, there we go. There. Now. Don't want to waste a piece of this, and while we could probably just drop it and pluck it out of the water. No, no, no! Dude. Those are the blocks I needed. Here. So that we can put a platform under this iron and not waste any. Wonderful. Alright, now, new perspective. Do we see any more coming back the other way? I don't think, with what we've already got, and where we're at, that I'm going to worry about bridging out to otherwise inaccessible coal. This is all about the iron. Okay, so done over there. What do we have here? There's something. Let's get... safely on solid block. Anything more? Nothing else extraordinary there, but hey, we got one more. 17. We are close, my friends. Close, close, close. Did I? I don't think I made that stair, did I? Just kind of wanted to drop a torch. Alright, out this way. Do we see anything? Did I hear an arrow? Kind of felt like I'd heard an arrow. This mountain that I was like, oh, this could be such a cool place to, have as a backdrop for a house or build into and around. I think we're going to make it awful with all kinds of little bridges and appendages and stuff sticking out. So that might not be as big a draw as it once was. Just nothing. Let's get this. See the difference here. This coal gets me up and may open up more iron, and it didn't take any kind of crazy bridging or anything to get over to it. Looks like we're up near the dirt level. Watching out for... wasn't paying attention. Watching out for iron. Watching out for pitfalls. Still got that one over there, but that was the one we saw. Like the acacia trees, I think, are back down below us. Just trying to go through the middle here of these spires and see maybe we get lucky, right? You pick up a cluster of iron in the middle of it, and it's going to be a very rich one. But I don't think we'd seen anything back on these walls, so let's put a torch in the middle here just to keep the surprises from above to a minimum. And then we can just peek up under the dirt, but I don't think there's much else to be had there. We can go in here as long as we're up. As long as we don't go all the way down. Good jump there. All right. Access was here where the piggies pushed. Bonk our head a few times. Enderman eager to wreck our day. We'll try to avoid that. Very good coal. Still nothing more on the iron. I don't even know which. This is east. This is west. All right, we still got some time. Are there other bits of iron anywhere that were visible? Let's see them. Dude, my biggest fear here is that we're going to have a skelly pop somewhere close. least we're out over the water now. Run away. Run away and reevaluate. Okay. Seems decent. This is one of those weird... There's artificially more time. It looks very sunsetty, but we're up high, and so it's tough to gauge how much day is left. You see the moon coming up because you're effectively looking over the corner of the Earth in Minecraft. All right, 2 hours into this world, and I think we're doing well. This is a little slow, but this iron is going to be awesome. Then we can go back over to that village, and we'll probably hang out there, kind of work the systems that are in place to be worked. Those villager fields, the animals, do a little bit more prep on our side so that we can then go get the goodness that is the... Excuse me. Abandoned mine, but things like a bow and arrows would be really helpful for that. Obviously, we won't go down there until we at least have iron armor. We've seen how easily you can die down in those, so not wild about pushing it. Let's go seal that. Make a hard turn. Now, I don't know. Let's take a look here. How far back and up was that iron? Oh, it's actually this way out from our stairs. I don't know just how high up it is, but none of this hurts, right? We could catch any kind of hidden iron pockets in here. We'll figure out where we want to go for our grand exit. Okay, there's dirt. Ah, look at that. Yeah, sadly, because this is on the outside, it's not going to be super expansive going in and through. But now we'll just try to kind of honeycomb this whole pillar and see if we can't get some bonus. 21, we've got 5, I believe, back home. So 5 or 6, 6 maybe. So we have enough for a suit of armor. Again, not paying attention to the stone picks. Look at this nice, perfectly empty stone corridor. Bet you guys wish you had one of these in your worlds. This one's mine. You can't have it. nothing there. We'll use this as our... I think we can climb there. So 3 apart. The classic iron diamond mine, but now no chance of diamonds. Just hoping for iron. And we are at 133. Not as high up as we'd like to be in the tallest of mountains, but decently good chance of iron pockets. Worth this amount of time. 1 or 2 more could be really helpful. One in the middle, just so we can confirm this is all really stone. Yikes. Alright, 1, 2, 3 in between. Come on, iron. Papa needs you. There it is. Vindication. Sweet, glorious. Oh, even better. Alright, we're very low here. I guess we'll just use it up. I don't know that there would be anywhere for more of that to even produce, but this is the one I'm hoping does well for us. Because as far as we know, it's fully in the rock. So those are the most productive. So we got 8. Looks like, oh, perfect. 30. We could go back down to our bridge, but... Ready? Everybody plug your noses. I don't even know which way is home once we get down there, but... Whee! Oh, I hope we can make it back to the surface. We came through from here, so let's just swim. Come on. Swim. Might as well grab up some of this debris, too. That was fantastic. Such a good little starter trip. So once we get... well, more of a cannonball, I think. I wish you could angle down in a dive in Minecraft. Express elevator down, right? Who needs to use stairs? Also, all those skellies and creepers and everything that were on the... Dang it. On the levels in between there. Why deal with them? And, you know, let's not be greedy. We got more than enough for our first little wave. So let's take it back, cook it up, make our armor, figure out what other tools we want to make, and get cranking. I'm curious, isn't there, like, there's a loom. Do the weavers or shepherds or whatever they are, does anybody buy wool or do they sell colored wool? because a shears could start getting us emeralds very quickly. Either way, man, is it good to be back here. All right, no wasted time. Cook all that. Those are ready to go. Coarse dirt. Of course it's dirt. Da-da-da. And as gravel comes over here with the dirt, cobble. Store raw pork. Ooh. Got 2 Spideys. Let's do some of this. Can do a little bit of fishing tomorrow. Okay, well, it's almost bedtime. That away. These can go in here. All right, let's start fashioning. Zoop. And top down dressing. Bottom up dressing. All right. Very good there. Now we got a bit to wait. I don't think we have a pond or anything right up here. We can go all the way down. Let's grab what seeds we do have and see if we can harvest some wheat, maybe breed some chickens while we wait for enough to cook to make our pants. Assuming there's chickens around here somewhere. Always around when we don't want them. Alright. Wheat ready there. Carrots ready there. There are beets. Don't mind if I do, sir. Don't worry, we're going to trade a bunch someday. But I am wondering about making some of these unemployed folks into weavers to see if we can sell wool. That way we could make a pair of shears. We've got so many sheep around that we could turn that into a deal. Or can we make wool into string? I don't think so, right? That would make getting bows and fishing rods and all that too easy. So that's probably not a deal. This looks like a fully grown potato. Wheat. There's more beets there. Any town that's a big fan of beets, I'm a fan of your guys's. All right, look at all that. Get some goodies, and haven't seen chickens yet, but let's go ahead and see what we can get on a few casts here. Let's see, I've been watching alone. They're very dependent on fishing, so when we've got idle time while we're cooking up the rest of that iron, which may be done, we'll see if we can catch some fish. More, we'll see if we can catch other things like potion ingredients, a puffer fish, for instance, a enchanted book, a saddle, um, the random trash stuff. You can get leather boots, you can get pieces of leather, you can get shoes, or I guess those are the boots, right? Saddles? Did we say saddles? Water bottles, lily pads. There's a lot of trash items. Sticks. All right, there's a fish. Ooh, and that got us up to level 15. Technically, it caught the puffer or counted the puffer fish as a fish. You can eat them, so technically it is. It will make you sick though. It is a poison item. Leather is big. Is that garbage or win? Looks like a W from here. Remember that my screen with the chat is across the room, so I'm not sure. We've got some leather. Man, I'm not much of a fisherman, but RL, I like a little fishing. Okay, that's what I figured. That was my guess. Um, but glad to see my impression from the across the room TV is right. All right, so we got cod. Now, one thing we could do with our sword as well is get a bunch of raw fish and try to tame cats. We could position the cats around our little enclosure here and keep the creepers a little bit more at bay. I don't think they would survive well if we took them down into the abandoned mine, but we could position a few. Um, if we have a secure access down to the mine area, we could move the cats through to keep them ever moving forward while seated. And if we get overwhelmed by creepers, just retreat back. The cats will keep them from coming at us. I thought that was another puffer fish. I was like, man, sometimes I fish and fish and fish and fish. Once you get to potions, they're a big want because they're the ones that make the water breathing potions. And you fish and fish and fish and fish and fish and never get one. Today, well, but I guess nothing gets much luckier than getting that saddle on a first cast. Six real fish though. We'll try to head back over with enough time to make our pants before real sundown. Just be nice to get something treasury out of this. A book or an enchanted fishing rod, at least to help us if we ever did this again. Any of that kind of stuff would be good. So we did see that desert, I think. I mean, it could be beach or whatever, but it looked like maybe desert from the heights. Abandoned temples would be ideal. We haven't seen many of those at all in our recent worlds. Even going back to the Spruce Cliff House, where we finally found one as we were finding that village with the Fortune 3 trader. So we could definitely benefit from more. Come on. Or fish. Novelties wearing thin. Good, but odd. It's like I'm stretching my back, twisting it, feeling the little crack. Oh, I'm a terrible whistler. I think that's one of those things people just do it or can't. Like my niece was doing a thing for school, and apparently, when I was in school, like you're learning about genetics and all that kind of stuff, and it was like eye color or hair color or something like that, and you go asking your family, like who has, or you do a little survey, right? You don't really need to ask like what color eyes do you have, that kind of stuff, but for grandparents and stuff like that. Hey, your hair is gray. I don't mean to be insulting, but what color was your hair when you were a child, right? You don't know, and generally grandparents are willing to help out with school stuff. Um, but we did that kind of stuff. When my niece was doing it, she came around and was like, "Hey, I need to know, can you fold your tongue can you like make a U with your tongue? Like if you stick it out in the mirror, can you lift the sides of your tongue to make a little U shape as opposed to just your tongue sitting there flat?" And I had no idea, but apparently that's a genetic thing. Some people can't do that at all. It turns out, can, which isn't that rare or uncommon, but I think it's recessive not to be able to do it, if I remember right. But it was so weird. I was like, I've never even heard that that was a thing that certain people could or couldn't do, and I'd never really thought about it too much. Like, can I fold my tongue up? So something for everybody to try and find out. Is your tongue a flat tongue or is it a roundy tongue? Um, can you do clover? I can't. What is clover? Can you do clover? You're gonna have to help me. I'm not sure what that means. The whole point was that we were waiting to make our pants, and then I got caught up in fishing and tongue conversations. Oh, I never made the shoes after all that. Instead of you turn into clover with the tongue. Like four different, like a four-leaf clover? What kind of tongue you got? Is that like you start with a forked snake tongue and then like twist the pieces around? I don't know what you're I don't know what you're talking about. I can only imagine that looking on the internet to see how do you clover your tongue gets some horrid images, but hey, uh, I don't know. Um, I can make a U. I know that much. All right, so we got 12 extra pieces of iron. The one thing I was talking about is certainly with all these sheep around, we'll go ahead and make a shears so we can gather some wool, ideally for profit. Um, then, do we want to make more iron tools? Do we want to leave it in reserve? I think we'll reserve it for now. A three leaf. Is that like pulling up the middle so the two edges of your tongue kind of stick to the side and you have like a little like part up in the middle? Like you've lifted the middle of your tongue and left the other two edges down? I don't know. I knew a girl once that could do the tie the cherry string or stem with her mouth. You know what I mean? Uh huh. Okay, well, I don't think I can do that. No, mine just, and I don't know. I think if you could make the U, then that's probably the opposite. Like, if your tongue is designed with the muscles set that you can roll up the outer edges, it would be weird to me if you could then pop the middle of it upward and leave the others flared down. But me, I don't know. I don't know. Okay. We need to be careful because the sun's probably going down. Also, we need more stone to make a bunch of picks because I don't, with one iron pick, I don't want to quite waste all the rest until we've got like a stack there. But, oh yeah, that's right. I was saying I can't whistle. I think there are people that just, I can make a couple of notes if I hold my mouth just right, but I can't like musically whistle at all. My uncle, fantastic whistler, whistled all his life. Yeah, unfortunately he's passed away, but yeah, he always had a tune playing on in his mouth. Oh, that's a pig. I was like, is that like a really yellowy sheep? I can't do it. Can't whistle? No, I can't like I can whistle very softly and like two notes, but I can't like do a scale. And it's never like I can't do the like two fingers in your mouth and like super loud like hey, I'm over here type whistle. It's quite a challenge. It's a handicap in life. I know you're not supposed to say handicap anymore, but you guys know what I mean. It makes for a challenging life. Going through life without whistling. I can hum. Um, I tried many a time as a kid, like, sitting there, like, trying to push your tongue against the back of your lips and holding your mouth every which way. Yeah, oh, and the buddy that when I first moved back out to Colorado after I had school, my best friend bought a house and was like, "Hey, I'll help you. I'll help you get a job at my company if you'll come out here and help split my rent. I'm buying a house and I can't afford the whole mortgage myself." And he knew the reason he said it was he knew I wanted to move back out to Colorado, and I'd gone back to live with my parents after I graduated until like you don't have a job or anything. Like, what am I going to do? Oh my God, I'm out of school. So he totally hooked me up, and in response, I was like, absolutely, I'll come and live with you. And for a long time, 15 plus years, I rented a room in his house. He never raised the rent on me, which was very kind of him. I always paid him on time. We had a bunch of other roommates that came and went, and they always seemed to struggle. Like, hey, this is a friend, so I don't have to pay my rent, or hey, you'll let me just skate by. And I was like, no, this is a responsibility. Now, in part, that was probably our personalities made that jive anyway. In part, I think that helped build the friendship over the years and the fact that hey, you can hang out. And he's the guy that it was his dogs in his house, but they were as much my he'd go on long trips and all that. The dogs were like, hey, you're just a part of my life, right? So really cool. Anyway, he can whistle without any fingers or anything, just pulling his upper lip back, throwing a tongue forward, and he gives the most ear-piercing whistle. And having been season ticket holder with him at university sporting events and all that, I probably will have long-term hearing damage from that whistle going in the midst of whenever you're trying to get loud in the stadium. It's awful. All right, we are geared up. Let's enough talk about my failings in the musical department and making music with my pie hole. What do we want to do next? I'd love to get more iron. I think it's due time. Let's go evaluate if we can make a little inroads here to this abandoned mine shaft, and we're gonna extra thoroughly light everything now that we're here. I don't want to have any surprises. That gets a light. We got some coal there that we can come back to. So here we go. Down the windy, twisty staircase. Yeah, that's just where the coal was. Let's flesh this out. It's down below us now. Um, it would be really tough to extend that back up. So let's just leave it here. But here, I think I'd like to. Oh, this is going to kind of block our view. Let's go around so anybody who hasn't seen it yet. So we got abandoned mine shaft right here, and I did very consciously try to restrict our access. Probably one thing I should do. Man, I gotta go a long way here to get this stairs down. One thing we should do is go get doors so that at least as we start, we can get some cover. Couple risks here. We are threatening our villagers by being this close and spending extended periods of time underground. If we're not aware that it's nighttime and we aren't sleeping regularly, there will be times when monsters can spawn without our knowledge. I do feel better about this. It's almost nighttime again. Can you believe it? But let's go down to our little work area and we're going to cut a passage back in and just try to creep our way, no pun intended, to the area. Alright, we can sleep right here, and it's probably about time. Not quite. We did go down there. That was where we got some of our first iron. And it is sealed up pretty safe and secure. Alright, sleep. Well, you can, but PC, it's more disability, like disabled, differently abled, that kind of stuff. The people that I know, I've had the good fortune to not be super close with, but know of a incredibly gifted blind man, and I assume one of my friends, one of the hockey buddies, the one from Hawaii that was coming back, he worked for him. Worked in a recording studio, audio recording, with this guy, and he actually went to the wedding in Hawaii as well. So got to know him a little bit there, and had every once in a while he'd want like backup groups of people so that he could record sounds or phrases and expressions and stuff that he could then use to incorporate into like a filler around stuff or radio type programs, right? Like audio programs. All right, well this isn't connecting, but we know right below these stairs we were coming back out to stuff. Now, am I too... Oh, I'm up high. I am at... Oh, maybe I am too high. Is this... Well, it does open up there. The idea is to go in up from the monsters so that they're not dropping on my head, right? You guys know I'm not a fan of that. I don't think I've like horribly messed up directions or anything, have I? But anyway, the blind guy was absolutely amazing. Because as a lot of people know, you lose if your body doesn't have a sense like vision. It compensates for it with refining the others, in part because you're dependent on them, so you're sharpening your appreciation of sounds. All right, now, where did this take us to? And in part because you just don't have the others filling in your worldview. It feels as though we're a little bit too high up, right? But I was just curious, are there other mine tunnels and stuff up here? Oh, do you hear that witch? The last thing we need is a witch up here. I don't have a bow. We know they like to team up with the creepers. This is another great start. I don't want to waste it. Alright, this does not seem to be working for us. So, it's okay. We will go down a few levels. Oh! Okay, that's certainly a few levels. I think we're safe to here. And let's do that. And that. That. That was that torch blocking it. Alright, then there. Let's have this ready to go. Alright, now we wait and see if anything comes screaming at us. Also, with the exception of baby zombies, that's a cool little kill area. I think down to do that. Oh, not there. Alright. Lots of Endermen. We can do this. Just peek. A little more light out that way. And then we can make a little corner here. But I think if we just keep pushing forward here, right, we're kind of on the right level of existing tunnels. That was our torch. The others are out there. Yeah, exactly, man. No creepers, no witches. So anyway, yeah. The other thing I've known for people that have been born with issues, like, is, oh, come on in. Come on into my little fun corner. Oh, he took a big digger. Can we... Oh! What? That's not cool. Come on. This is where you guys want to be. Come over here and say that. I don't know that this really gives us any benefit. Oh, sounds like a skelly has taken on somebody else. Let's do that. Now come up. Hopefully that keeps them from getting so stuck. But we could be here all day, quite literally. Oh. He's like, nope, 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 nope. I'm out. Um, what was it? Oh yeah. Of the people I know, the people that particularly are born, as older folks lose hearing or sight or anything like that, it's a little different, right? Because they're much more conscious of it as something they're no longer able to do. So common, they prefer probably, I don't know, I don't have any experience in this, but I'm assuming they'd probably prefer to have you not make a big deal out of things like that, um, as they go about their lives. Huh. Okay, well here's what I was talking about. We do something like that. Make a little access cubby here. I don't like that kind of blocks our access in. I think that's better, right? Because then at least we're back in the hallway. This creeper is kind of reinforcing that we want to be careful when it comes to that stuff. Okay. Ooh, and that's nice. Creeper's out there somewhere. Could have climbed up. Just don't know. That all seems solid. There's iron. Oh, already. Okay. Now, we don't know if that was the creeper or if there's others. Let's safety up this. No surprises. Can get all the string now to make our first bow. We don't have anything in terms of arrows yet, but that's okay. We're going to be really, 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 really careful and intentional as we move about this mine. And I'm very much concerned at the sound of those spiders that is a poisonous spider nest somewhere. They sound so close. And I hate you all know, or anybody who's watched me at all knows I hate these diagonally mine or cave things. Even though I think they're much more natural, I love that they brought them into Minecraft. They are terrible for getting stuck. Oh, listen to them all. Yeah, so there's definitely a cave spider spawner somewhere. And probably, knowing my luck, it's going to be right up here. Right? Because that's how these things play out. But regardless, we're going to do our best here. Open all this up a little bit as a defensible position. Except these little holes, I think we'll fill those in just to keep us a little safer. Eventually we're going to seal open all this up. Not seal it at all, but for a moment at least. Again, it's this stuff that worries the heck out of me. Like, what else is hiding up there? It looks pretty solid, but is it? I don't know. Especially with all those spider sounds. Alright. Think we've done our diligence there. Nothing for it now but to just hope we don't open up a hole that drops a whole bunch of spiders. If we do, that's why we have the doors. And then somewhere this is running down below our... Ooh. Trap here. Down below where we came down, we're on that next tier up, right? And way back into the corner. Okay. Keep kind of waiting for the bottom to fall out. Below here. Think that keeps us safe. Cool. Now, let's get a torch down. Check my exit here. Get ready to run. But I can't quite see the spider spawner yet. See him coming. It's that torch I really wanted to get up and going. I really would prefer not to open up that whole cave yet, so let's hold off there. Now with that torch, I don't see spider webs there yet. Now I do. Okay. Looks particularly droppy from up there. More. Oh, that's called. Do you want to be greedy? Do you feel greedy? Because we'll kill you. Classic Minecraft. Go for it. You can have what's in that chest. Don't worry about the sounds of all the toxic spiders below you. Again, just much more concerned with anything above than clearing below just yet. We'll get there. What I would prefer not to do, I'd love to get a torch down on the backside of this spider thing. Colony, we'll call it. I know it's a spawner. But. Oh, crap! Crap, 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 crap! Run! Oh, okay. Food. I need better food. Get hungry. Get hungry! I told you. I knew exactly what I was talking about when you get close to that little minecart. It is going to punish you. And we'd gone and placed the torches. Let's go. Let's go do a quick safety run back, unload, so that we can loot that chest. Because I think we're getting close. The other thing we need to do. I talked about it. Oh yeah, we want to be smart about day-night cycle and leaving the thing. And I probably worked through a full night there. All right, look at how much our health is still down. That was just one cave spider. We got to clear out a nest right under our access point. Raining? Are there still villagers? I see a cow. Uh-oh. There's a villager. All right, good. All right. Not really anything for there because we want this. Now, I don't have any flint. Take that back. That. Why not that? Cook these. That. That. And we'll use more than that. Okay, 2 more picks. It's getting dark. I had those rumblies of thunder, and the sun is no longer facing my windows, but I think it's heavy overcast as well. Hmm. take a minute. Keep trying to use that black sheep just to see. Oh, yeah, look at that. That's a little black sheep baby. But yeah, fighting all those spiders made me really wish I had a lot more beef than just bread and mutton. All right, you come here. Oh, maybe not. Let's bring... I didn't know there were two over here. Let's bring you two back out of the woods. Come on. This way. Come over by the other cows. Okay. One cow is determined to be a forest cow. All right. That wasn't, like now I'm gonna go kill them all kind of thing. That was a, if I don't remember to keep feeding them, we're in trouble. What I should do though, let's go feed all these white sheep and then do a big old slaughter of all the adults of them. Come here, sheep. Come here, sheep. They know they're all scattering. Where'd that other one go? Oh, you jerk. Is it you? Yeah. And then you, whichever you guys hasn't been. Then did that other one scatter? Oh, here, wait. None of the rest of you want food. Must have been this one, being a jerk. Come here. Hey, see, if I could whistle, I would whistle to the sheep. There you go. All right, now we got lots of, there's that other hole. Lots of baby sheep. There are other sheep around to tend to them, so I don't feel like a scumbag completely. But hey, this is the way the world works. You go to the grocery store, you're still making use of flesh that was another living thing at one point, and I'm not too crazy one way or another on all that. You know, I go to the store, I'm not feeling it. I'm certainly a meat omnivore, right? I eat lots of different stuff. But yeah, you're being a part of the food cycle there, right? Predator, prey, and all that. Even if you're removed from the process, doesn't mean you're not capitalizing on the food that they ate, proteins they converted. I thought there was another sheep over here to breed you with. Oh, it's over this way? You are a trouble sheep. Get over here. You get over here. Have a trouble sheep youth. He's like, I'm not leaving this tree. If I leave this tree, you're going to jump and swing that axe at my head. Get out there. You think that keeps you safe? Alright, well, that's 16 more pieces of mutton. Let's go cook that up. And get back to it. Hopefully our torches helped a little bit to slow down the spiders. What I was really hoping for was that we'd have evening and we could sleep. At least the rain ended. Oh, that doesn't go there. That goes over here. Those go in there. Goes in there. Make another axe. So we can certainly use that on all the fence posts and whatnot. Okay. I'm wondering if we should have a backup sword just in case the spider webs tear this one down too much. Don't need to have it in our hands, but there we go. Alright, son, go down. Let's keep after it, though. Get a couple more seeds here. That's enough. We'll go turn these wheats. Hey, Golem, keep us safe. Over to the fields. One of our farmer buddies. Ooh, sun's going down. Go quick here. Awesome. Now we go back and hope to have better luck against the spiders. I could, probably should. There's a cow right there. Let's make a bucket and get some milk. Before we go. Seems only reasonable and responsible. It only helps us once, right? We're not going to be resupplying down there. But if we're either running away or have finished and have gotten hit, we can at least turn off the clock. Let's actually stay hungry, because if we do get hit, then we can eat immediately. To restore some health and not have to wait to get hungry. Alright. Wait, we went this way, right? I really want to clear a lot more of this, but I don't want to wait for a bunch more spiders to spawn. If they've recently cleared, let's just go try to find this thing. There it is. Oh, good. Quick. Awesome. Now, I don't even hear them. We might have pulled that off. String no longer an issue. Oh, that's right. String can make wool, right? But we can't do anything in reverse. So I think I'm gonna leave. We can go up another section, but wherever possible, I'm gonna leave the spider webs to kind of slow down anything that may want to get in here from beyond, while letting us explore a little bit more. Right? So like here, anything sees us from behind there, it's gonna come through and get stuck with its feet in the spider webs, and we can chop, chop, chop it until we're ready to advance. Right? And then we'll just get out of the way. Nice to see some iron there. Let's go ahead and grab that. Next big get is going to be an anvil. Ooh, 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 don't go rushing there. Although while we're here, get a little more light. There's me getting stuck. That's our reward for having cleared the spider nest. We get to eat filler bellies. Oh, what a treat. Alright, before we get greedy here, that's underneath our little starting point. This follows our stairs, basically, I think. We have 3 carts, I believe. Let's start looking, because these could make a big difference on how defendable we are. Torches. Glowberries, always nice. Lapis we hadn't grabbed yet, but we saw some ore. Name tag, always good. Those, until we trade for them, can't just make. Nothing life-changing, though. See, here's our stairs now. We'd been down there. Can I get... Does that help? Not really. Alright, next cart. We've got a couple. How did we get down here? This was the spiders, so we came in back around there. Just checking. Let's light this. Out to there. Got some iron. Alright, well that upgrades to a bit more iron. Still the rails. An iron pick. It's like an iron multiplier. Very good for early stuff. I think all is well. Let's just watch for trouble. I think that's the backside. Oh, no, that may be different. Got some more iron here. Melons. Awesome. And we leave with still a space after 3 carts. Very good. I do have strings, so let's cut that. Now this is where we don't want to get greedy. We want to be extra careful. I have planks. I have a couple fences, so we have room. Let's clear these as we go. Let's watch out for the gravel. I just want to make sure that if I have to bolt this way to get out of here, I'm not pinballing around. And let's make sure nothing is coming from that side. And then let's double this up so we can't possibly miss a jump. These. All in the name of nothing surprising us. Still good here. Again, very soon, I hope we can just cruise through whatever parts of this or any other abandoned mine we find. Laughing off the combat and going. But right now, with just plain old iron, it's so easy for insta-death to find us. It's just an extra look. Push it back here in case anything was spread out below. All right, well, that's all very good. Now, I think this is what... Surprised that didn't drop. I think this is back around from there. So... Oh, look at that, more iron. Pretty safe. So much iron. Don't get greedy. We've got these pillars and stuff could be hiding beyond. I'm gonna light that. We know where that one goes, and that one hopefully just opens up into the open room without anything. Now, they could be up there. So we'll just push as far as we dare for a torch. This is ceiling, or floor, I mean. Quite possibly of that level above. I think we've been there maybe, but I don't know that. And I don't want to risk any of it. We do have andesite in that last position. Anything full? I don't know if you guys heard that. Some good rumble. Said it was getting dark. 45 on the string, so we can take all this. Torch back there. In our little former iron spot. Okay, quick switch here. We can combine these. That gets us an extra spot. And we'll be able to combine the stone here in a moment. Alright, let's get all of you now. I think we're pretty safe. That's a little more sketchy than going down. So we'll just do this first. Grab it in case we have to bug out. There's that one. Awesome. Another 22 iron, a very successful run with our highlights. See you, Skelly, being the watermelon seeds, I think. And then the overall iron. Who's hitting me? Who's hitting me? Why? I'm not even stopping to look. Who? What was that? Were those arrows? Now we can come back and peek. Yeah, it was Skelly. Okay. We'll leave him. Don't need to be fighting him yet. We're much better equipped than we were before, but we're loaded up with loot, and there is no reason to be stupid. Oh, and before we go, might be too close. Oh, that's good. Don't know how much night we just dealt with, but hopefully our golems provide a good construction defensive contracting services to the village. I say ours, we didn't even make them. Do have a spot here, so let's clean this up while we hopefully let any lingering armored or creeper type mobs that wouldn't cook in the sun clear out. And a little bit of Minecraft music playing to soothe us home. Creeper. You do begin to get a feel for when they're gonna pop. Oh, you say you got some treasure out of the abandoned mineshaft, huh? Well, there'll be a creeper waiting for you up top. We had one just in that last world. Remember, we found the geode, came up from our staircase, was the middle of the day, and there's a creeper. There's a bit of tendencies in Minecraft. I wish I was doing better recently at responding to them, anticipating them, using that knowledge to stay alive. All right, we can swap that. Swap that. Stack up our food, over half a stack now. We'll put all this kind of stuff in this chest until it fills up. Berries aren't going to do us much good until we have something elevated to hang them in, but again, that's fantastic. The pumpkins we already had around, but I haven't seen any melons yet, so we are now fully covered in crops. Not that we're going to do much with them at this point yet. We'll still do that whole farming deal, but we got a ways to go. Treasure chest, you first get lapis this time. There you go. All right. I think I want to keep a little bit of balance going. So I think next up it's going to be boat adventure. Let's store all this that we wouldn't necessarily need on a boat adventure. Let's take this. Take this. We'll take one of these just in. I don't know. We'll have a ship if we do, so we can store stuff into treasure. I don't think we're gonna need a door, although that can be an air option when you're out in the water. But here we go. Let's go see if moving beyond this shipwreck along the, like, this side and beyond those rocks, that water, that was the stuff we discovered later. This was our first shoreline back along the savannah where we spawned. So I'd like to keep exploring in that direction. And even if it means a little bit longer of a boat trip to get back here to visit our friends or bring a villager out, this may be the preferred side to create a home on. I don't know. We just have to look to even find out what biomes are out in this direction. The ship is a good marker anyway, but let's do that as a kind of closest to home pier. All right, so we have birch forest. Yay-ish. Our mixed forest here is preferred a little bit, I think. Hey, we're not going to want to go terribly far from spawn and all this goodness, I don't think, but we don't have to stay right here either, and particularly lava. Particularly if, this is back behind that little pumpkin patch in our hill and where we're chopping trees. If we can connect back over this way and have something just off, that would be pretty cool too. Dark forest, that's a dark oak tree up on top of that hill. There's a mushroom, so this is new. Who knows? Maybe this is the time we're due for a mansion right near spawn. It's happened before. Not often, but every once in a while. We're definitely not ready for woodland mansions. We weren't really ready for that raid the other day either, but we dealt. Cows in there. Mushrooms. We could certainly start making some mushroom stew, and that could prolong our time without having to dive into the farms. Because I can knock out those farms really fast if we've already got some tools, right? The trick is we'll be juggling the need for XP and emeralds to trade with the villagers. So I will get to a point where I really want to have all that, but a little bit of luck and some shipwrecks and maybe another village or two, and we may be set to have an enchanted tool or two to help us out as we go. We'll see. All right, so home. I don't know if we can just see the ship, right? That's the shipwreck, right where we started from. So we know what's back in the bay that way. There's an azalea tree that would mark our lush. While we're here, this is easy. Let's get this red and brown mushroom or a couple from further back in. It's a little dangerous to go back in amongst the dark of the trees. I like to keep a couple on the shoreline because they're pretty. Also, it's kind of sketch to be looking at the sky. When, again, I haven't spent enough time in the dark oaks since 119 came out to be confident, but used to be, even in broad daylight, it got dark enough in here to get creepers popping. And even though mobs only spawn at light level 0 now, that feels like something that may just, hey, random creeper, either they are in game logic lingering from a spawn over the previous night or whatever. They're waiting to welcome you, and it's not a warm, well, it's a very warm welcome, full of a lot of energy. See a sheep. All right, so this will let us go home and make stew, which we can keep on hand there 4 at a time and fill up when we're working or coming up from a trip to the mines and have a little bit of hunger. Great saturation of food. And spares our stacks of what animals we're able to breed just in the open there. Oh, told you. Like, mobs don't spawn except for light level 0, except if they come out of holes. And apparently there's a hole right over there. I think this is the way out and home to our boat, really. Just want to get out of the depths of this dark as the day's fading. And there's our boat. Alright, so that was a good little sidetrack. For 17, we are over our third hour into this world. Again, this day started with a tragic loss over in the Candy Patina world, and we are now in Wordless Wonder, thinking of our splendor and awe at everything that this one has to offer with us. If you'd like to make your own version of this world and play alongside in hardcore, vanilla, Java, Minecraft, the seed is displayed in the first 5 minutes of having generated this world. It took a little bit of time in the video, so go back in the VOD, go to the beginning. You can grab out the seed. The only thing I ask is if you are playing along and exploring this world on your own, please no spoilers that would ruin it for me, such as, hey, I'm really looking for a Badlands, and I'm talking to myself. I'm going along and I'm like, man, I wonder which way I should go. And somebody pops up, there's one 1,000 blocks to the north. You do that, you're going to ruin it for everybody. I'm going to stop displaying the seeds. To this point, I haven't had anything one way or another. I just know that people do enjoy loading up worlds, but please don't take that as an invitation to then go put it in a map display tool. I know they exist. I know what they are. And I would prefer to explore the world on my own. It's a big part of the fun of Minecraft. You do that and ruin it, then in the future, if people ask me, hey, can I have the seed to this world? I'm going to say no. It's not cool. I can't display it. So, otherwise, it's there. Beginning of this episode, check it out. Load up the world. So, to this point, water seems very ample, which is nice. We're going to have a lot to explore, but we haven't yet seen a ton of, shipwrecks or broken portals, which is fair considering that we've already gotten a village and a abandoned mine and one excellent shipwreck piece of loot, which was a level 3 respiration leather helmet, which if we find more ships, we can then use to dive down to without having to worry about drowning or being as interrupted by having to head back up for air, that kind of stuff. So, good get here on day 1. Not day 1 of the world, we are day 17. And we are doing very well for that, I think. In my opinion, you may think I've missed the whole point, but we've got full iron gear. We've got extra cooking. We're building up towards having an anvil so that if we get any enchanted gear, we can stack it up. Um, we made some friends in our village. We got all the food crop starters. I'm not looking to dive into farming just yet. We haven't even found a spot where we really want to settle down. We've just got a camp, and I do intend that that's temporary. I'm not planning to live right next to the villagers for the raids and any other reason you can think of that it's a bad idea to live, unless you're committing to fully fortifying a village and um, making it mob proof overnight and defensible to raids. Um, if a pillager should come and get you in at your home, I don't recommend it. And I don't think it's a particularly beautiful sight. Now, that may change, it may grow on us, but that's part of what we're just boating around here. Let's peek, see if this is beach or the beginning of desert. I don't see any cacti. That's usually a sign. Oh, Pillager Tower with lots of structures around it. I don't have a bow or a good enough sword, so I don't think we're going to go take them on, but good to know we've got one. And we could certainly move a few villagers out this way to create a raid farm so we could eventually have totems and all that kind of stuff. Right now we're not even close to well enough equipped to handle the steps you need to set that up. Oh, and right here we got jungle. Home run. Let's go grab some bamboo. Now that we don't need the melons as badly, we can, if we get to the point of farming, we can certainly come back here and get more. Don't want to stray into the pillager territory just yet. And we don't need a whole lot of these to start. You guys have seen it's easy enough to grow them. We'll just grab a couple pieces here. Maybe one more stalk's worth. There's still pieces all over the place. Alright. Cocoa beans, saplings would also be good, but now we know we can come back here if we need to. If we still had candy patina, I could set up that cocoa bean farm I was talking about. Another azalea tree there, so more lush caverns underground. What a world. What a world. Definitely digging it. Lots of open ocean in between, but remember, savanna back across is kind of our indicator to just turn left, and we'll get on into home. And this may loop back on that, right? We have no idea yet. We just haven't really fully gotten our bearings yet. Certainly keeps seeming to head in that direction. And I have no idea if we've gone beyond the savannah. We might have at this point. Ooh, that's kind of cool. A little tunnel. Is it a dark cave that's going to close in? Or does it actually stick out the far side? Seems sketchy. This is probably dumb. Kind of cool, right? How is that not kind of cool? Jungle base? It's not that cool yet, but there's potential. Jungle base where I'm not just occupying a abandoned temple thing, whatever they are. Jungle temple. There was an iron in here, was there? What did I just pick up? A sapling? What? Okay. Thanks, world. You're the best. Sparse jungle, it looks like, and this might kick. It might just turn into a river. Let's leave that. I'd kind of like to follow this back around and see if we pick up the savannah again, and if this, kind of like the last world, is a inland type sea. Although it's big, right? This is feels much bigger than the one that we had just to the east of our base. So who knows if these really will connect back up, or if this is just another continent that's heading out to open ocean like this. All right, let's mark here. Just so if in the future we're out and about or anything, maybe we should, let's go over to this piece of land. We'll use the time we've got. But I'll try to keep steering back in toward, oh, those could be acacia trees maybe. Maybe. Oh, there is a sad update, guys. We are no 5 hours. It'll be 6 total. 5.5 hours in, and I'm out of coffee. So we've got some savannah. We've got what could be an island or could be an obstacle. My lips have coffee scum on them. I got a napkin here. Let me get this. Nasty. Oh, that's cool. So that goes around. I don't think that was the hill I climbed. Maybe it was, if this is the big river. Or maybe there's a whole nother section. It seemed as though we climbed up the hill and looked in all directions, and there was nothing but savannah. So I'm guessing that's a more distant hill, and we're coming up to, or will eventually, to the hill that we climbed. Didn't leave much in the way of signs out there. I think the best indicator would be if we saw some decaying acacia tree leaves, which might be up kind of back in there if they were going to be there. But I think this is it. We hopped across at this little river and then continued on up. So now we're going to follow this river. Look up there for the decaying leaves if we see them. Our spawn was back beyond this little inlet. It was somewhere up on this hillside. Alright, so now question is, does this water come all the way up to the village? And or beyond that big piece of land that we were gathering the iron from, does this connect to another sea or ocean or just really big lake, whatever we want to call it? Because anything that connects the two would become a prime location to start thinking about, do we build our base here, right? Those connected waterways, like here, we could blow all this out very easily, right? And connect, and this appears to be the water beyond. But let's just follow this, see if it goes anywhere by itself, or if any of this, by being dropped, could open up a waterway without us having to. Uh-oh. Oh, that's always trouble. Well, not too worried about it yet. Let's keep looking. Oh, that was our first sand. Congratulations, we got sand. Whoosh, nothing there. This is winding down. Sunflowers. Now, does that get us the Sunflower Plains biome right here in this little corner? It does. Not even flowered forest. Back towards our savanna. So I'm not too worried if all that turns back in on itself. I'm more concerned about what's left. And I think that's it. All right, well, that's awesome. Let's go back, and we're actually going to use our stone shovels here to dig a channel out to that water, because I think once we've done that, we can then boat all the way back into the village. We'll end up again with two boats parked on the same side, but with the exceptions of where we left our torch and beyond the savanna there, we've already explored a large area. We've got jungle, we've got dark oak, we got birch. And clearly from here, we've got lots of sand. The flowered forest is fantastic because that takes care of our needs for bees eventually, right? Everything there becomes very easy to fill in. We're all good there. Trying to get as much of this that will fall as possible. These holes kind of stink because if they're too deep, literally too TWO deep, they sometimes don't refill very well, and you have to like fill dirt or whatever up underneath them just to get the surface water to be this still boatable, friendly stuff. Oh, really? So here I anticipate we're going to have some of that situation, which may mean that all this wonderful sand that we've got is going to go to waste. But we'll see if it'll be like the whirlpool, right, in Greek mythology. Oops. Whatever it was that swallowed up the ships. Now we could bypass all that That's probably the better plan, right? Oh, dude, more? Oop. Oh, geez, stop. Okay, we're good there. This may drop all of us, but... Sorry, turtle. The turtle's new. That's called turtle senses. It's like Spidey sense. Oh, you didn't know. Wish there was a way to drop all this. Shovel's still holding though. I think we'll get through okay. Get these onesie twosie bits. Oh, that helped. I don't know. Maybe I can help a little bit of this. It's these that... we'd have to fill in. Get out of the current. We don't need mushrooms in our hands. I grabbed the mushrooms because I wanted them. Alright. Sleep. Be ready to. Anybody remember where we left the boat? I think it's back over on that shore, isn't it? Not quite. I don't have coffee, but I got water. Big old bunch of water. Alright. Now all we have left to do is widen up this channel. Maybe deal with some of this edge. We'll see if we can't fill in a bit more of it. You see here where we have the problem. So I wish. Okay, we can do all that. Oh. Waste so much precious sand. We can now do that. If I can get... Dude, stop it! Oh, so annoying. Like, why did it fill all that way? The sand could be our first glass, and now we're just throwing it all away. You done? Oh, we're gonna... Oh, yep. I think I have more sand stacks. Like to keep this edge clean if I can. Hard on the S. Oh, fixed that one. Didn't even know it. Oh, I can't get out. Just like how I got a respiration helmet, I'm not using it. Now. If this all collapses with me on it, I'm going to be very sad panda. What a waste. We had so much momentum. We had so much sand, honestly. Now we have no sand, no momentum, and one of, frankly, the ugliest canals I've ever encountered. But it's going to be functional. It's going to get us home or back to the village. That doesn't even make sense that would have emptied out, but whatever. 24. You better be enough. Well, there we go. Sand getting wasted down there because I don't have a shovel to get it, or a shovel to carve, or enough pieces in my hand to make it worthwhile to go stairs down to get it. But that's all right because we have a canal. We'll keep working on it here longer term and clean it up. But this comes back to our little edifice. I think that's the correct term. And if we then come some way back around here, we should have water because we swam to it, basically, right? We should have a water path into the village where our other boat is just parked waiting for us. Oh, don't tell me that this all connects it anyway. We just did all that. Oh, that's all right. We don't even 100% know if that's the case yet, although it's looking good. This winds into the village, maybe? But this keeps going over, and if it connects out to the open water, then home could be right in there. Home could be anywhere in that whole area, and we'd have access to both seas. And we could use planes and all that, or we could clear out the flowered forest for our farms and whatnot. And we've clearly boated right by this without seeing it. There's the ship. I can see why we were distracted. How close are we to daylight? Or night light? Night, no light? Seriously? A piece of kelp kept my block from going? I wish those were a little more consistent with... Oh, that's because that was a step. The rest of the game. All right, now we find that we still have plenty of daylight left. Iron pick. This is why it's good to have one early, beyond diamonds or anything else we may find. Oh, also, let's go get full lungs. Fortune axe, silk touch shovel, silk touch pick that is almost worthless. If that was silk touch, it would have been ideal. Don't have aqua affinity, but the impact of slow chopping. Oh, we do need to go get our boat. It sank. Pull some of this kelp. Might as well load up on it. And then grab all that. Look at how much time we can spend on the bottom of the ocean. It's wonderful. I was going to say, that's the least amount of kelp I've ever got. Apparently the lava doesn't have that great a hold on the kelp. Here we go. Easy lava. So much magma in here. So, no fortune hoe yet, no silk touch axe. The silk touch axe is great for the bees, right? And knowing that we have all those bee nests in the flower forest would have... Am I still over magma? What the heck? Alright, let's get home. Great little little capper to our sea adventure. Torch pillar doesn't stand out real well in this direction against the flowers, but gives us a good target. So we get closer and closer. Sleep right there. Spare the villagers as many mob spawns as we can. And more importantly, we'll leave the boat parked by the marker so coming from shore, hey, we know where the boat is on this side, just run to it. And a little bit of eyes open. For creepers, we did get back just a hair late, so might have a few strays out here. Not strays, straight creepers. Oh, look at all our animal friends. They're doing amazing. We're doing amazing. We're going to cook some kelp, because we never do. 42 pieces of iron, 2 gold blocks. Oh, let's make this stew as well, since we're doing odd food. Four bowls. Four stews. Not quite as good as having the mushrooms to create it for us, but... Oh, that's tasty, and you know it's a good heavy stew when you chew it. Alright, some mushrooms there. The rest of the kelp we'll dump here. We'll eat a bit and try the rest out. So that's going to be basically worthless. There's just not much we can do with it. About the best is gathering some coal and being able to bring it back and store it for whenever we do have a fortune axe. Let's switch out of this before we wear it out. So most of what I take away from that is, and we do have all this bamboo. Let's put it down low just so it doesn't get completely lost. This goes in with the dirt and gravel. We're going to get some more torches back here. We need more shovels. All right. Oh, now we're not hungry. So we can make these guys, and again, this just doesn't come up that much. Dried kelp block, I don't think that's food. Oh, now I have a new recipe? What do you do? What was that new? Oh, because we could then, yeah, you can go back and forth, right? So we can store kelp as dried kelp blocks. You can eat kelp. It's basically like a cookie or an apple or something. It's a really low tier food, but they're kind of cool as decorative blocks. You can place them, pick them back up. You can also use them as fuel. So you could put this in here and fuel furnaces with kelp, and that all goes into the mechanics. If you haven't seen them before, of the flying machine harvested automatic kelp farms, where you just set up a harvester with hoppers on it to go back and forth over a or you set the current on the top of the water, I guess. You set the flying machine to fly underwater, break all the kelp one block above the base. It keeps growing back up in the water. It grows very quickly. It's kelp. And you harvest all of that kelp back, turn it into fuel, and fuel your furnaces with it. At the same time, you can do the same thing with bamboo in a farm where it grows very quickly as well. Take advantage of the same thing with the flying machine, knock all of it down, have a hoppered floor underneath that will pull all those loose pieces of bamboo down, and you can fuel with bamboo as well. So two different options there. I think the kelp often it's more trouble than it's worth, but we'll cook up a stack of it. Eat some when we get hungry. It is a food that you need to eat at some point, after all. But there we go. We got about 5 minutes left. I'm not going to go on further adventures here. We are very well set after a tragic loss, coming back strong with an even more optimistic world. Each one is more optimistic than the last, but some big advantages here that we to this point have not seen in the other. Yes, there was an abandoned mine in Candy Patina, but we couldn't get to it. It was just too dangerous. So we hadn't been able to early on go for any loot. The loot that we've gotten to this point has been fair, but not great, probably because we're still relatively high up hitting minecarts, but we've gotten quite a few of them, so they've really helped out our supply of iron, our iron tools, getting name tags, getting all the food seeds, and then just torches and rails and glowberries and stuff like that. So our food chest looking good. We've still got some cooked food we haven't even touched. We're raising a few mutton and a few sheep, just free range out there. At some point, maybe even before we move out, we may just break them off and herd them, use the hay bales to push cattle in particular, right? Get them separated out from all the rest. Maybe the sheep stay free range, and try to get over to a beef herd that we can enjoy for tasty, tasty steaks. So that may be coming. Much more to find out in that mine, going cautiously and carefully. Much more to do on the water. Um, we'll see if that boat takes us out easily. I don't even know if it may be enclosed there. We may have to work on it. We had rivers and stuff going off this way, so this direction is what we really don't know yet. Um, but we'll look forward to doing it all and getting safer, getting more secure. We can absolutely, if we end up putting a starter house of some kind, I don't know, I'd like an epic location for a real base down the road. Maybe some mountains towering over it, something like that. So it may be far from here, but as this is pretty much right at our spawn and has access to two big bodies of water that may or may not, they may expand out and wrap around a piece of a continent. Who knows? We'll find that out as time goes by if we live long enough to do so. But we got plenty of room to make a dark room spawner. We got plenty of room to do a little bit of early farming, that kind of stuff. Use these villagers, set them up, and find out if there's a good place to make a base that that just hits me hard and is, this is wordlessly wonderful, right? This is unspeakably awesome. You don't just then get by on a hobbit hole in the ground kind of base, right? We'll try to make something that lives up to the reputation of the name. But now I want to take this time to thank you all so much. If you watched the tragedy earlier, thank you. I appreciate you guys for that. If you saw it, or if you came into this one as the start of a new world, maybe it's months, weeks, years later, and you're checking out where did this crazy world begin with Havage. Go back one. It will be under the playlist Candy Patina if they're not obviously grouped by date anymore. Check out the Lost of the Last World. How stupid I was, because that's a real low light mock highlight. You guys should enjoy it. If you're ever feeling down about having lost a world, look at what I just did after getting my farms all up and running and then getting greedy with some igloo villagers. So good life lesson there. But then we shake it off. We come back. I go a little bit longer to get 4 hours starting up a new world, and I'm so happy with this one too. 2 times in a row we've really dodged bullets, but we had to work a little bit more for this one. The villages weren't right on top of us. We found one though, and it's a keeper. So let me know what your thoughts are, if you have any feels, any of the places that we've passed by as far as, ooh, I think maybe that would be a cool place to get a little starter house base going, something like that. Let me know. I'm guessing, as the sun seems to be fading, that we will probably put a little protective structure around this cave access and use this to get down into the depths. So in terms of mining and quarrying and all that, what we may make is a farmhouse kind of deal, set up some fields and a little bit of storage, much like what we were doing away from this village, and then we'll give that a try as well, see if it turns into something good. If it does, awesome. If not, we'll head on and look for that just, ooh, that's a keeper kind of beautiful spot, and set up our home there. And if we can use the flower forest, if we can set up fields and all that kind of stuff there, then we could set up a base that doesn't need to depend on all that stuff, right? We come here, we harvest our fields, we spend part of a stream, longer term, right? Once we're up and established and have what we need, we spend part of a longer stream letting the crops grow. The bees and all would help us do that. Take all the produce over, trade it up with the villagers, get some emeralds, get some XP, buy some books, whatever we got to do. Keep all that kind of around this area, but then make a base somewhere away that's got our automated farms and our water elevators down to the deep dark depths where we got big storage and all that kind of stuff, our nether portals and whatnot. So let me know though. I'm excited. Hope you guys are. We'll see you back here for more Habbage, probably tomorrow. I don't see why not. So take care. Stay awesome out there. And do let me know with your continued likes and comments if you're enjoying this content. If you haven't already, think about subscribing over on YouTube or following here on Twitch. See you next time. Bye. Bye for now.